Alrighty. We are now live on... Yeah, we're now live on Twitter and YouTube. So, yes, our plan for the day, for the VODs... Alright, so, we needed to fix some stuff for our SDK release process, because I didn't have it documented anywhere, and I forgot which things I needed to manually do in the order in which to do them. So, yeah. Hopefully, we've got that documented. We pushed it up. We can fix that. We also got we got several of the slices of the MCP server implementation done. I'm still not necessarily a fan of how we're creating these, services for Elixir, but whatever. It's definitely, refactoring a bunch of the stuff I've done previously, which I'm not so sure about, but we'll see. And then, yeah, for that, we've got 61 of the 88 tasks. Once we've got the 88, I think I'm going to want to do, a major review of all of that. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to, quiz it and make it better. Okay, so then, yes, lastly, we also did some more brainstorming on the ISO bench project. And I think I like the idea of where we're heading with it, right? At least for a local thing. Maybe generating, or not generating, doing completely isolated environments isn't not as necessary, as long as we can be somewhat certain of the level of noise on the system, then we can call that good, right? And that might be worth it. Especially if we could get it running on a different machine and send stuff to it. I'm not sure what that would look like, though. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. Not sure. But okay, so that's our plan for the day. We've got those set up. I've got my tea. Yeah. All right, so let's switch over. So, yes, what we want to do, let's validate the contract here. And what's up, Rec? How you doing? I'm really curious about this whole list public stuff. I'm definitely not liking that syntax. I wonder if any of this has been passed through the formatter yet. All right, so then these are now the entirely new files. And yeah, this is the lens service stuff. Yeah, and then we just got all the fixtures. Yeah, all right. So we'll add all of this, except for the docks. All right, so we did that part. We'll kick off this next slice. All right, so it's going through, it's reading a bunch of the junk in here. So then, yeah, where did we leave off with the SDKs here? Did we push this up? Ooh, sorry for the yawn. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Okay, so that's all separated out and we're pushed. Okay, so this is our run book. All right, we merge that in. Prepare a TypeScript release. Right, so then we do this one. Not so sure that's right. Okay, so they're saying that that's the tag of the previous version. So now we want 0.3.0. All right, so theoretically this should work. Hold on, I think it's wrong about this. Okay, so let me double check. Where are my tags for this? Okay. I almost feel like because we're generating these things, why wouldn't we keep the SDK in sync with the API version? We'd at least want to keep like currently the minor version, then once we go public, the major version, right? Yeah, so validate candidate. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. I wish this was way more robust. Yeah, like having to type the whole tag is stupid. All right, so let's try this again. Okay, so that part does work. All right. Okay, this seems pretty good. All right, so Rec, it's been a hard day, but overall doing pretty good. Nice. What was hard about it? If you want to share, you don't have to. All right, so then this was opened. Approve workflows. Let's get more music on. Oh, shut the fuck up. So we're gonna pull this in. Okay, so yeah, this feels right. This should succeed then. So then once that's published, we can kick off the C# SDK again. All right, so then, yeah, double checking on this. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Fun plans for the week or anything? Ugh. Okay, so that publish theoretically completed. Okay, yep. All right, so we can kick off the SDKs again. I want to leave that for now. All right, so that one's still kicking. This one's still kicking. Let's look at this. And hey, what's up, Code Shutter? How you doing, Cotter? What y'all up to? Time to stand. All right, I'll do a little bit of standing because we got a moment. This is a good middle point. Let's just do a quick couple, not full squats, but just like, you know, bending at the legs a little. Trying to be better about this, you know? Yeah, this album's good. We don't play it nearly often enough. All right, so moving the arms a little. Okay. We don't need to do a lot. Just need to get up and move a little. All right, so you had an interesting code testing adventure day today, and you need a drink first. Well, yeah, go get that drink. All right, so the part where we left off here. All right, this is for our thing called ISO bench. Okay, so right, we're doing the signal of did the code change, the validity of can I trust this run, and the diagnostics of why did it change. Sure. So yeah, wall clock is important. All right, so then we got this thing, instructions retired. So it works on a sad tier 0 environment, right? Where wall clock would be a garbage thing. Fails at IO, cache misses, latency, branch prediction, sure. Right, so there's multiple ways of counting instructions. There's the hardware PMU. Cheap, most cloud CI VMs don't expose a PMU at all. On GitHub action runners, perfstat frequently returns not supported. Yep. Valgrind works everywhere, fully deterministic, but it does introduce a slowdown. But it's the only thing that exists in a VM, all right? So then we pick the backend by probing capability. Sure. Okay. So then cycles, right? Wall clock with frequency factored out. On machines where frequency wobbles despite your best pinning, right? Cloud or thermal, cycles is a cleaner signal than wall clock. And unlike instructions, it still sees memory stalls. Okay. But nobody thinks in cycles. We still end up needing to report a wall clock. And it needs PMU, right? So it doesn't work in GitHub Actions. So as far as validity goes, right? So the experienced frequency, that's the gate. That's a gate 2 gate, right? It's cheap, almost never wrong. And it's the only defense against the threats or isolation can't stop. So thermal and hypervisor seal. Right? Fires rarely, is always right when it does. Okay. Yep, those are good gates. So diagnostics candidates. LLC misses, which is something level cache, right? Basically, which cache are you hitting on the CPU? L1, L2, L3, typically L3. Right? IPC branch misses, sure. We'd be building an alert fatigue machine. That's fun. All right. So there's a lot of cons to using these diagnostics as a gate. But the one good one is memory-bound workloads are where important benchmarks live, and counters see them best. But wall clock already sees memory regressions. That's precisely the hole in instructions that the wall covers. The zoo adds little gating power that the main pair lacks. Okay. But as diagnostics, right, pros, when the verdict fires, we've got some of this extra stuff. Something regressed, good luck, versus your memory access pattern regressed. So we can know some of that stuff. Okay. So then finally, a fourth mini category, benchmark health checks. Counters can catch structurally broken benchmarks. So instruction 0 means the compiler optimized your benchmark away. 0 memory traffic in a memory-bound suite means it's not testing what it claims. Bimodal distribution, fancy words, means the benchmark itself needs fixing. These are warnings about the benchmark, not the comparison. They don't flake because they're structural, so they're safe as gates, cheap, lovable, and nobody else does it. Sure. And let me double check. Is there a browser you can use for research? It should have automatic translation, a dark theme, features to improve readability, and a UI UX designed for researchers. I don't know, man. Sounds like something you could make. As far as translation goes, only one I remember that does any of that is Chrome. And if you're doing a fork of Chrome, you may not have access to that. So you'd have to build in your own translation, like system. Yeah, I'm not sure what dark theme has to do with researching at all. But I mean, RIA, like a UI UX designed for researchers, is very fuzzy. Like, what does that mean? You got to figure that out before you even start building. Features to improve readability. Again, what does that mean? Like, you're going to have to define that. Yeah, so RIA, in general, you just want to do blue light filtering. Light backgrounds aren't necessarily worse on the eye. And in fact, a dark screen in a dark room with no bias lighting is actually way worse for your eyes. There's a reason paper created for lawyers is legal pad yellow. Because it's not necessarily white, but I mean, I guess it would be tricky to make it black and then print with white ink. So that would be kind of unfeasible. But in general, it's blue light that tires your eyes more than anything. So optimize for that, not necessarily darker light mode. And in general, like most operating systems include an option for that. So why do you even need to do that yourself? So when you say and don't work properly, maybe analyze and think about why that is, because if they're focusing on one part of it and not getting it right, why do you think you're going to be able to get all of it right? Right? So instead, build a single part of it first as a Chrome extension that does exactly what you need. And fix that, right? Fix the things that you think are broken in the others. But I wouldn't start with an entire suite, right? Start with smaller extensions. And then once you realize maybe an extension just doesn't have the power, well, okay, now you understand. But I don't think you understand the scope of why these things don't work yet. So figure that out first. Right? Like Dark Reader. Yeah, Dark Reader fucks a bunch of shit up. It harms readability in a way worse way in some cases. Automatic translation fucks up in major ways. Right? I know there's extensions for it, but why are they broken? So you got to understand like what they're doing wrong in a very specific way, not in a fuzzy, well, it just doesn't work way. All right, so code shutter. Hold on. So you stumbled on code that shouldn't work but is covered by passing tests. Tests look legit, and code is garbage guesswork stub that was expected to fail while it was written. It turns out LLM suggested calling instantiate method in first assertion, which reset all precondition setup. Okay. Right, so that should make the test fail, but didn't because testing framework thought a bunch of empty iterators were sus and tried to mark test as skipped. But that first assertion was passing, so entire test was marked okay. Yeah, I would say in your setup, like, do you control this code shutter or is this at work? I would personally say that skipped tests should be a failure, not a success. Right? Like, why is the test still there if you're skipping it? Kind of thing. Yeah, I would consider that something that needs to fail CI/CD. But yeah, Ria, I think you got a good idea on your hands. But I would simply say, like, if you try and do all of it at once, it's too much, right? Like, you need to really understand what you need to build first. So build micro apps as experiments that solve these individual things. And then once you've done that, then you can glue them together maybe. Or start fresh, but you still have the learning of what you did. But I guess here's the biggest question, Riyadh. Is this something that you want, that you're going to be using? Because I don't think it's a product, right? Researchers are typically broke. They're not going to pay for it, you know? So best you can do is build something you like that you want to maintain, and maybe other people use it. But I don't think you're going to make a business out of it. Right? Nobody pays for a browser. There's only one I can even think of. And the only way that it's even possible to do is because they're not targeting a small niche like research. All right. So yeah, if your goal is just to like solve your own problem, I'd say go for it. But as far as a business, that's a lot tougher. Yeah, exactly. But as a learning experience, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah. Okay. So I like all that. Okay. So as far as their follow up questions, one, fail with label, sure. I think Valgrind support is part of the one. And yeah, what's everyone doing? All right, so right, fail with label. Okay, I like that. And hold on. So, Ria, for example, sometimes you don't understand most of what I'm saying because your English isn't very good. That's why, for example, subtitles will be added while I'm speaking on Twitch. Sure. Right, so then Valgrind in V1 has three consequences, right? The backend joins conditions keys. Yep, no worries, Riyadh. Have a good one. Yeah, so I like the idea. Instruction backend, Valgrind versus PMU, sure. So another issue is that it's serializing threads. Okay. Okay. I want to think about implementation details, such as language to be written in. All right, so we need excellent syscall FFI ergonomics. The daemon is long running and needs reliability and a low resource footprint. Again, I think we're leaning towards Rust. I just want to double check and get that into the plan. All right, the measurement harness, probably Rust. All right, spawning val grind, parsing call grind output. So talking to Firecracker's API socket or libk run bindings, Firecracker has a Rust API. It's written in Rust and has a Rust crate, so that's perfect. Cloud Hypervisor, also Rust. libk run has C Rust bindings. Kata is Go. QEMU is C with QMP JSON. Okay. Looks like for the Kubernetes stuff, QBRS should be fine. Yep, QRS. Yep, single static binary is important. Rust and Go are both fine there. Cross compilation, they're both pretty solid. GitHub Action, fine, doesn't matter, just needs to install fast. Open source community adoption, so contributors. Go has a bigger pool of infra contributors. Rust has passionate systems contributors. Kubernetes infra is Go dominant. The perf observability world is Rust heavy. And yeah, orchestration doesn't matter as much. Familiarity, ooh. All right, so yeah, it's basically just Rust Go. They got C, C++. Yeah, let's start with the pros. So yeah, Firecracker is literally Rust. That's a big win. Right? libkrun, Rust bindings, C group stuff, right? Excellent crates for that. No GC pause, predictable minimal noise, perf event open, pure Rust eBPF, okay. Single static binary, a muscle, yep. Cross compile story good, yeah. Capping the syscalls, what? Is that like a cap and proto thing? Or like by the same people? But yeah, CubeRS, sure. Right? Written in Rust. Yeah, okay. Hyperfine. So it looks like it's dual licensed on Apache and MIT. So yeah, we could basically just be wrapping Hyperfine. Compile times could be a problem, sure. I think I'm okay with that. So then Go, contributor pool. I mean, yeah, attracting contributors is going to be tough. Right? The list of pros versus cons for Rust and Go, like, it might be the move. Yep, GC during benchmark orchestration. Yeah, nope. Kubernetes story is pretty terrible. C could appear in micro harnesses, sure. Python, yep, skipping for sure. An SDK would be nice, but meh. Too early for ecosystem stuff, right? No Kubernetes client, no Rust VMM. Yep. Yeah, so I'd say Rust. I think I agree on the Rust. So then stuff worth discussing. Language our benchmarks written in, and we don't want to have any say over that. And what's up, Patty? How you doing, Trollroy? I mean, obviously, we should write it in Zig so that we can then rewrite it in Rust to be the most idiomatic Rust tool, right? Obviously. Are you even a Rust tool if you didn't start out with something else and then rewrite it in Rust? RIIR, man. And then write a blog about it. Yeah, and then spend 160K worth of tokens, obviously. Duh. That's just science. Get a cheap rewrite to Rust from your favorite LLM. No, beautiful. That, like, did you not hear? The bun rewrite was like 160K. So basically, I just need to get acquired by Anthropic or OpenAI for this, and then we're good to go. What the hell is this? Sorry. $160K, but that is API pricing. Yeah, that is API pricing, but it's the same thing as like in AWS. Like they don't get a cheaper price for like a cost of goods sold. Well, I mean, sorry, not cost of goods sold. On a team in Amazon, the full retail rate is what you get billed for because you're consuming capacity that someone else could be paying full retail for, right? And it just makes sense accounting wise. So in general, like, yeah, full retail is really like the most accurate way of representing that. especially for a company like Anthropic that seems really compute limited. Like, no matter what, there is some kind of budget that, that team needs to worry about, right? Yeah, it's crazy, right? Beautiful? It's gnarly. Yeah, so Rust versus Go. Yeah. Yeah, at that point, yep, yep. HTTP DB work. Yep. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna use Rust. What do I write fastest? No, 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 Kimmy. What do you write fastest? Right? Shit. That's the real question, Kimmy. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. But just think about it this way: when you're doing a conversion like that, you don't want to rewrite too much, right? You want like a one-to-one apples to apples comparison. So because of how Zig works, like there was a lot of unsafe in that Zig too. So whatever tests and reproductions they needed to match one-to-one to do a proper rewrite. And then once they've done the rewrite, they can improve it. So I don't think the unsafe is actually as bad as you think, because the unsafe is actually just exposing how unsafe the Zig implementation was. Because the goal was probably one-to-one feature parity, bug parity, etc. Right? Like that's a major trap to get into when you're doing a refactor and you're completely changing like core logic. That's a bad idea. A refactor should basically be the same core logic but cleaned up, right? But nobody knows the code you produced. Again, for the clanker, it's easier to do the one-to-one conversion than to completely change things. It's part of why, like when we did the fork or rewrite of the turbo stream that was written in Python, it was using Redis. I didn't want to use a completely different API for the places where it was using Redis, right? That would be a bad idea. So instead, we built not Redis that mimicked the entire API of Redis and then plugged that in as a dependency so it made the conversion simpler. Now that we've got the one-to-one comparison and fix, well, we could gut that dependency and do simpler lookups. But the idea is just like when you're doing that conversion, the less that you're changing, the better. That's at least my opinion of it. I could be wrong, you know. All right, so then number 2, how real is the firecracking embedding ambition? If snapshot restore as a benchmarking primitive is a V1, V2 feature, Rust's case is strong. If it's a maybe V3, I definitely want right, we definitely want that in V1, V2. eBPF. Now, eBPF, I still kind of forget what eBPF is. So it acts as a highly efficient virtual machine operating within the Linux kernel, and now expanding to other operating systems like Windows. Oh. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're going to be using Rust for at least this open source repo. And yeah, Numa Numa. My yahee. All right, so we're only at 57K context right now, which is good. How am I liking Kimmy K3? I mean, we're still just in the planning phase, and as far as the planning phase goes, it seems pretty solid. I would say like its training data is fairly well up to date as far as like the stuff that it has and knows. So details to double check, and let's double check this too. Hold up. So yeah, the stack mapped to the design. Concern for syscalls, right? Our C group stuff, our own thin module. Okay, we'll see. procfs, sysfs, okay. PMU counters, right? The perf event crate or raw. Aya build, yes. Firecracker is it, right? Like, that's our move. Yep. All right, so V1, subprocess and jailer. V2, yeah. Rust VMM crates for a custom micro VM. Let me double check this real quick. Ah, yes. So yeah, accepting my invite. What company or organization am I representing? CM Griffin. Right? Get Kraken's part of it, you know. Okay, so yeah, I got the invite now. I need to add it to my calendar. And yeah, starting in 8 days. Oh, shit. Dude, that is coming up quick. So that's going to be Tuesday, August 11th. And then 12th, 13th is render ATL. Oh, so I got to fly in maybe even the day before. Shit. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, I was thinking it was going to be happening like during render ATL, but it's the day before render ATL. Okay. Starts at 7 p.m. their time. Okay. Yeah, I think I got that. All right. Just thinking out loud. Damn, I might have to do like the whole week. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All right then. Okay, and let me get more music going. Almost forgot that part. Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? Okay, so Firecracker can't literally be embedded. It's a binary, not a library. Is there really no way to embed the binary in a binary? And yeah, wait, Kenny, what was that? Like you were saying that you think it means I probably need to fly in on Monday? Was that a confirmation of that? Oh no, Synthwave belongs in a museum. That's what you were responding to. Duh. Yeah, yeah. It took me a second. So I'm still curious about this. But give me a second. I gotta go pee. And yeah, this part's confusing. I am less sure. Okay, so VM is the firecracker driver. All right. Okay. All right, so Ubuntu 22 is going to be our like minimum for Linux stuff. What versions are like is Ubuntu at now? Yeah, it's already up to 26, yeah? Yeah, okay. So I'd say 22 is probably fine. When was it released? April 2022? Oh, have they aligned on that as like the year? Did I just not know that? How did I not know that? No way. Okay. That's blowing my mind. Huh. All right. All right. Okay. I get it. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't realize that. That makes so much fucking sense. It's like he smokes weed or something. Dude, I can't even believe that. Okay. Yeah, it's like he smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Anyone catch the reference I'm making when I like do that talking about it, about myself in the third person kind of thing? When I say like it's like he smokes weed or something? I'm basically making a reference to like the old Jim Gaffigan stand-up routines. What's he talking about? Like as he like tells his jokes, he does like the third person thing in the middle. I feel like it's like a really old reference. Not many people would catch. It's like he's smoking weed or something. Like, yeah, exactly. Because, yeah, I liked his stand up routines, right? Like the Hot Pocket, like jokes were good. I don't remember him that well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Now you know. You saw his face and you're like, oh, yeah, I remember that comedy routine for sure. So, yeah, dog fooding the test harness. Yep, I like those details. I love this stuff. All right, so hold on. Let's look at what it's thinking. Because I like reading the thinking, right? And what up, Zacher? Mr. Sir? I don't know. Does anyone else like find value in reading the thinking? I know it's going to summarize it later, but at least while it's working, I like stuff I can check out. So, two polls to how this could work, right? So, the COD speed bencher model is it runs inside the customer's GHA runner. Measurements happen there. Results are shipped to a hosted API for storage, comparison, whatever. Poll B is CI delegates execution to the hosted service, right? The remote runner model, more like depot or build kite. I'm really liking the depot build kite idea, right? Because then the GitHub action is just a thin trigger. Now, reading a book a day? I mean, yeah, I like to read. I just picked up some fresh Vonnegut stuff, actually. Yeah, I picked up like a newer book of his like previously unreleased short stories. I especially like his short stories. His novels are good. His short stories are my favorites. I'd love a first print of Welcome to the Monkey House. Not the short story itself, but the anthology. I'd fucking love that. Or not Welcome to the Monkey. Yeah, Welcome to the Monkey House. Yep. And then Shoal. You wish you read fast enough to read one book a day. I mean, in general, you're typically skimming anyway. I guess it depends on the size of the book. Yeah, so Nix or Basil style hermeticity is way too much. Yeah, OCI image as environment answer. Yep. And Zachar, so you got a new audiobook to listen to at some point. Interesting. Yeah, I never got into audiobooks myself. But yeah, what's the one that you got? Like fiction or nonfiction? I could see nonfiction being all right for audiobooks. But I don't know, with fiction I'd rather create like the inner voice in my head while reading. You know, cuz like the more you read, the more you start to like associate like voices with certain characters and stuff. I guess it depends on the quality of the audiobook, right? Do you have multiple people doing different voices? Do you have one person like approximating character voices? I don't know. I think that gets tricky. That's the name of it. You Can Do Anything: How High Agency People Get What They Want Out of Life. The World War Z audiobook was really good. Like, what style was that? Was it like multiple like voice actors? Or was it like a narrator that, you know, did some extra voice stuff? A full ensemble? Yes, that sounds fantastic. Right? Because, yeah, World War Z is basically like a series of interviews or whatever with people and how they survived stuff. Like, totally different from the movie, yeah. But then You Can Do Anything: How High Agency People Get What They Want Out of Life. I find a lot of those books to be pretty BSy. I'd be curious what your take on it is. Yeah. Like, I find a lot of those, like, you know, self help style books, they could have just been an essay, you know? Like, they could have just been a blog post. The Luck Surface Area essay Theo made a video on? Okay, yeah, I don't watch a lot of YouTube videos, so I didn't catch that one. Hopefully, the rest of the book delivers. Sure. Yeah, I'm curious. All right, so let's actually get this, right? The hosted model has a way of silently breaking designs that assume the machine running the benchmark is the machine running CI. So let's map the service a bit first. Sure. What does it change today? Less than we fear, but it does change stuff. We'll dig into that in a second because let's double check this. Oop. Yep, so we needed that. And then how's our Kepler thing? All right. So yeah, we got some boundaries here to double check. right? So the lens start and stop stuff. These tests are pretty gross. Right? Checking like exact operation lengths. Yeah, all right. So I'm okay with that commit message, and we're just going to kick this along. All right, so then, yeah, this just kind of continues going through the process there. We got the .NET SDK kicking up. And yeah, the tea is going right through me because I have not had any salt today. Should almost start adding salt to my tea a little bit. Shoal, you just started adding salt to your tea? Oh, yeah, right? Because, yeah, I'm not adding any sugar or anything else to it. No milk, no whatever. It's supposed to help it be less bitter. Yeah, mine doesn't have like a bitterness problem. It's just like it goes right through me because I'm not retaining any of it, you know? What's up, Nicola? A succulent Chinese XML. Sorry, you had those backwards. Yeah, I just, I keep salt at my desk because I eat at my desk. So I just, just sprinkled some in. It's a known tea hack? Yeah, I hadn't heard that before. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. But yeah, like I like the caffeine. I kind of need the caffeine at this point. but I'm trying to reduce calories and lose some weight. You know, when I go on vacation, I fuck that up real bad. You know. But yeah. At least the body fat didn't creep back up. I was at like 33 or 34% body fat, according to the scale I have, so who knows how accurate it truly is. But under 30% now. Weight, you know, didn't go down as quick. But yeah, working on it. Oh, the salt really does do something. I kind of like the bitterness, personally. But okay, let me get more music on. Should we go a little crunchier? Let's do this one. This one's one of the oldest ones I own. I can't remember if it's any good. Let's do this one. But yeah, what you been up to, Nicola? You're doing some XMLing. Okay. Wrote a few quick actions to copy path on right click for macOS with Automator. Okay. Oh, so what you're saying is like theoretically in Explorer here, right? Like right clicking and having an action in like this list. Quick actions, copy path. Very cool. Okay. Yeah, very cool. I haven't messed with any of that stuff. Yeah, what's the process of that like? Yeah, good share. So copy path quoted, or copy as a URL. I like that, dude. Oh, those are clean. Would you say they're stable? And what's the installation process? Here we go. Okay. Yeah. No worries, Nicola. Oh, do you have to restart to get the actions like there? Oh, I mean, so you wouldn't need to restart. You could just kill Finder, right? Oh, kill all Finder didn't work for you. Oh, interesting. So yeah, you're gonna have to update your README. But yeah, man, when you're ready to like start pushing this, like I'll help like retweet it and chat about it. Like, dude, yeah, this is awesome. Like, why isn't this everywhere? So yeah, good work, man. After you've rebooted, we'll see you in a sec, right? Obviously. Yep. See you in a little bit. All right, so then let's continue on this part. So yeah, 3 execution topologies, right? So execute in CI or locally, I would think. Delegate to hosted. Oh no, Nicola, so you rebooted and it still didn't work? Well, shit. Yeah, that's a bummer. What broke about it? Right, okay, so the things to change, right? We want to do this, right? Expensive to retrofit, so got to change them now. There's the daemon protocol. We don't want to go local host shaped. Yep. So explicitly not now, SAS only concerns separate repo, yes. So new threads to think about, right? The two-tier CI cadence. The GHA gate strategy gets interesting, right? Okay, so yeah, one async makes the most sense. All right, so we'll get these things kind of fixed and flushed out first. Yeah. What am I going to do for dinner tonight? Maybe just some like sardines and salad. Let's double check on these other sessions real quick. And then let's double check this one. Oh. Right, need to do some mix formatting. Okay, so it was just double checking if Kyoto would work for what we're doing, and it looks like we were able to move past that. Perfect. So now it's going to build the actual C# package in our SDK. Sweet. Shut up with this bullshit. You're not tired, Kimmy? Well, good. What the fuck, dude? And then, yeah, let me double check this. I do need to get the DeepSeek stuff going, but I just wanted to double check. Where does the new DeepSeek compare to Kimmy K3? Right, so we see V4 Pro. Right, and we see it sitting there at like a 50%. Right, for coding specifically. We see it at a 69. Pretty much like dead even with Gemini 3.6 Flash, and massively cheaper. Let me look at Sol Medium in this comparison. Right, so Sol Medium is still, you know, a decent chunk ahead. Okay, I just want to double check some of that. I wonder, does DeepSui end up fixing and solving some of this? Yeah, so DeepSeek is like DeepSeek Flash is really not like one of these long horizon models, right? And the fact that Kimmy K3 is outscoring Sol Medium here is interesting. If we start looking at cost, this is where these things get really interesting, right? Like Opus and Fable, super spendy. And actually, oh, we were seeing cost here anyway. Yeah. So Sol Medium still ends up being cheaper theoretically. Is that bump in intelligence really truly worth it? Yeah, so Sol Extra High still ends up doing better on this benchmark for the value. Okay. Damn, Luna Low does really bad. Yikes. Yikes. All right, let's double check some of this. So I've got 35% remaining on my codex. How's my open code going? We're at 8% of our monthly usage, 11 of our weekly, 18% on rolling. Interesting, Nicola. And yeah, what's up, Hyper? Been a little bit. How you doing? And like, which DeepSeek are you talking about there, Nicola? Like DeepSeek Pro or Flash? Because I don't know if Flash is a fair comparison. Let me get more music on. Pro? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, as far as like value, for sure. Like a lifetime of workflows? Maybe. All right, we'll get this album going. I do need to use the restroom again. Hopefully, some of that salt will keep the water from flowing through me so quick. Alrighty. Hyper. So V4 Pro, I don't think many people are going to be running that locally, but V4 Flash should be good. And then Kenny, you're having fish and chips for dinner? Nice. Are you making those, or is it something that you're ordering out? Hold on, yeah. Let's look at this. Okay. Interesting. Kenny from Freezer. Gotcha. Yeah, sounds good. So wait, Nicola, you're saying you're using post-hog code? What is post-hog code? Now officially called post-hog desktop. I'd never even heard of that. Okay. That's a lot of tokens. Yeah, no, that's awesome, Nicola. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. Yeah. And I guess here's the big thing. Like, let's just look at Open Router. So you were using mostly DeepSeek V4 Pro for that. But if we were to compare the new Flash model, which actually outscores the Pro one, dude, look at how much cheaper that'd be. I know, that's an absurd amount of tokens. Exactly, Trollroy. Like, damn. So yeah, like $33 on DeepSeek V4 Pro. The new Flash model, which gets a higher score. Let's just go to DeepSeek Direct, just to be sure. Dude, dude, like a seventh of the cost, like weighted average. Ah, okay, that makes sense. It is token hungry, right? But even then, for all those tokens, like, dude, you take that $33 and divide it by 7, and that's what it would have cost you with Flash. And you get a higher token throughput. They don't have the no prompt training. So yeah, what if we did, I don't know, Novita? So yeah, about the same exact price difference. Oh, actually, way different price difference for Pro versus Flash. Dude, it's like a tenth of the cost. So yeah, the weighted average input. Oh, so I don't think weighted average matters. Yeah, dude. Yeah, the new Flash would cost you basically $3 for that same 2 trillion tokens. Damn. Damn. Yeah, dude. Okay, so yeah, let's continue double checking this. Actually, hold on. Let's make sure these are installed because we want to keep them going. Yeah, for the SDKs, we want MIT license. I mean, I don't know. I think Claude's kind of shit. You're using Aphrodite? I had not seen that yet. Yeah, I guess I forgot about headroom too. Okay. So when it's talking about output, it means more like not the output the agent produced, but more like output that your CLI tools produced, right? So I was misunderstanding output in that context. Okay. Ooh, and yeah, here's another thing, right? We were talking about we were talking about hold on, where is it? Where's the latest things? We're talking about frameworks towards the end of yesterday, right? And yeah, this person does a lot of Ember stuff. I forgot. I think they're a core maintainer. But hold on, where's their benchmark packages? So I mean, Trollroy, it depends. Like, I'm using $20 plans, and I've hit limits on the $20 plans before. Like, I'm going to be running out of my open code Go here real soon. Okay, so I think this was it, this benchmark. So this is crazy to me, right? Like, they're all hitting 120 frames per second with dbmon and chat simulation. Sure. But then when we start thinking about like the milliseconds to render, like, you know, incrementing render effect, you know, one item with 1,000 updates, one item with 100,000 updates, 1,000 items with one update each, and blah, blah, blah. Like, how we measure these things becomes important. What is most interesting is that React 19 ends up being pretty damn slow for certain things, and then pretty damn fast for other things. But when we do, hold on, we can change the settings here. We can do worst or best total first. And do we want P50 or P90? We'll check that in a second. So yeah, then looking at it, right? Dude, Angular, when coded using signals specifically, ends up being lightning fast. So getting rid of Zone.js, massive. Massive. Vue.js Vapor, pretty damn fast. Now, the benchmarks aren't perfect because, dude, there's no reason Svelte should be this slow. So there might be some stuff they need to fix in their implementation. But I guess, like, the latest Ember, sure, it messes up on certain things, but somehow is beating the React compiler on some things? That's weird. And it's mainly just because of the incrementing render effect benchmark. Like, if they could just cut this in half, even, that would put them at least ahead of Ember. Probably, like, close with the solid JS code. Let's try P90. Right, so then at a P90, most of them are so close to 120 frames a second, it doesn't matter. Even at P90, yeah, Angular and Vue, leading the pack. Yes, the P90 doesn't actually change a lot of these numbers, which I find even more interesting. Right, P90 versus P50. Meh. But it does mean that, yeah, at the P75, hold on, let's look at P90 again. If they were able to cut this in half, that 400 they would save would end up beating Ember and Solid. So yeah, I wonder if there's some, like, benchmark in there that this is messing up. Like, there's, like, something it's doing that's making this perform so much worse. But it is interesting, right? And the whole methodology, I think, is interesting too. I think it was on Blue Sky. Nope, I keep doing that. Hold on, let's at least show him this. But that's not even why I came over here. I just wanted to show like the rationalization. Yeah, and so that's what I was going to try and find real quick. If we look for null vox populi here. Oh, and here's a good example, right? Like this is after they discovered use layout effect. So they massively improved their performance when doing like use layout effect instead, which is interesting. Now I'm trying to figure out which post it was. Right? So basically, and I feel like there's another post. But whatever. Right? So for a long while, they felt no benchmark that they know of captured the relationship between reactivity and rendering. Right? Now, I do feel like the JS framework benchmarks do a little bit, but, you know, they made their own benchmark, and they were not expecting Angular to be so much more performant, right? So they work on Ember as part of the core team. To their surprise, Angular is leading ahead of everyone by far. But yeah, they had another thing where they were discussing the fact that they didn't necessarily trust their Svelte implementation yet. But yeah, I don't know. I lost the tweet or whatever. Yeah, it's crazy. But keep in mind that's using signals and without Zone.js. I'd be curious about an RxJS implementation. Oh, and this is what I was looking for ages ago. So this is about like repainting. And this is where you can see, hold on. Where's a good example? Let's do dbmon Angular, right? So yeah, this is one of the original things that, like, Ryan Florence created at that first, like, React Conf. And hold on. Is there one in here for... Backbone. Please tell me there's a back. Yeah. Blah from something. That's supposed to be reactive. Yeah, maybe not. Thought it was. I could have sworn the original React implementation. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like epic talk, like ancient still, but still like valuable, right? And yeah, so I had been looking for this for ages. Um, so naive implementations versus optimized implementations. Got it, got it, got it. Quick actions now work? Hell yeah. Did you have to reboot again? Because I'm curious about that. See, all right, yeah, that's what I figured. I figured if the Finder thing didn't work, then that's already like a smell. Oh, you need to do the PBS update too. Got it. But yeah, I'd be curious. Anyone here an expert in Svelte? I feel like there's some other thing they could be doing here. All right, that's just the bootstrap. They do keep it pretty simple, though. And I think part of the thing that they're evaluating with this a little bit is the fact that, like, dude, if some of this performance like requires you to have intimate knowledge of the framework, is that actually valuable? So, as an example, this person doesn't write Angular on a regular basis, but they were able to write really performant Angular. For the React, they had to recognize use layout effect versus use effect. But that requires like institutional knowledge versus like being able to really know about that stuff. Like, I don't know. There's something interesting about that to me. Right? So here they're doing use layout effect instead of use effect. Sure. Yeah, exactly. Like I still forget when to use layout effect, you know? But yeah, I don't know. It's still a pretty cool benchmark. So yeah, take it with a grain of salt. They need to improve some stuff. But yeah, like looking at that Svelte code, I'm not sure what they could have done to make it faster. Yeah. All right. Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to like double check on all that. Let's look at this. All right, that works for me. Let's double check where this left off. All right. Oh God, that did a bunch of work. Okay, so yeah, this is about associating a notification with a keyword or a lens. All right, sure. More junk in the registry. Yeah, I had some leftover inspects in there. All right. I think the naming of this is wrong. I really don't like this ampersand syntax. I really don't like it. Okay, so I almost want to create like a notes file. And this will just be something like review notes for Messijo MCP. Why are we using the safe context? Right, what was another thing that we want to keep as a note for that? Right, so yeah, those three things, right? Why are we using the safe context or the safe word in what we do? I always wonder, someone who's been around forever, where does that come from? Like, this can't be the first time you've seen this many tabs in this channel specifically. Like, you've been here long enough. How is that a surprise still? And you're not the first person who's been here forever to do it. It's just, I find it so strange. Okay, but why is it a comment that needs to be made? I find it also surprising that you haven't heard me roast other people for saying the same thing. Yeah, I get it, but it's just, do you think you're the first person to say it? You know, like a person who's tall. Do you think they want to hear someone say, wow, you're tall? For the millionth time? Probably not. I just think it's weird. I'm trying to understand where that comes from. Yeah, how's the air up there? I get it. I get it. When you hear something a million times, it does tend to get annoying. Right, a Millenite? We definitely have not incremented that counter every time it's been set. But it's easily 1,000. So a million was an exaggeration, of course, right? But what would you consider your limit for something that you want to respond about, right? What number do you think I would be justified in being annoyed? What number would you be annoyed by? It really does feel like it's one a day, but you know. I think one a day is still too annoying. Right? Think about that line from Office Space. Hey, Lawrence, you know, you ever get someone at work just every Monday? They're like, ooh, sounds like someone's got a case of the Mondays. Do you ever get that at your job? No, man. Hell no. In fact, I do believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. Maybe Perma, but a Millenite is not a new user. That's the thing I'm actually like really questioning right now. People who've been here for a while. Why is it a surprise? Like, I think I get more annoyed by the people who've been here a while than, you know, someone brand new. No offense. I don't know what that means, Nicola, but I like it. But again, I'm not trying to make you feel bad, Millenite. I get it. But it really is the thing. Like, I do think I get more annoyed when someone who's been here forever, right? Over a year, right? Someone who's had 527 messages in chat. Why is it at number 520 it becomes the comment? right? I don't know, man. For someone brand new, it makes way more sense. I'm really trying to understand, the thing of someone who's been here. But it's all right. I need to be more accepting of it. That's a me problem. It's all right. No, no, I'm not hating on you. It's all right. Take it easy. You're good. I think here's the biggest thing, Millenite. You probably spend more time over on gaming, huh? And on the gaming channel, you don't see my tabs. All right. So we got them things staged. We'll just do another commit. We continue along. How far are we into this? 73 of 88. So yeah, this might be the last chunk of all of this code. So yeah, the MCP authorization service. All right, so yeah, that continues along. That continues along, and yes, let's continue reading up and making decisions about how we want to do this stuff, right? So yeah, migration, yes, restart the measurement, carry the build. Here's the why, because it's on brand to the point of being a feature. Yes. So as far as the two shapes, right? So a hosted control plane customer agents, that's the build kite model, or an on-prem control plane, right? Air gap capable. That would be like the GitLab self-managed model. Okay, so I think the build kite model makes sense to me, right? So they, for the enterprise control plane aspect of it, we would be running the queue, the scheduler, the baselines, the dashboards. Their node agents would just dial out to it. Or they run everything. We ship signed images and a license, right? Nothing phones home. So Trollroyd, the idea is we're going to build. It's basically like the baseline of it is a thing to manage benchmarking, like especially for agents, right? So the idea would be the open source thing is a thing you run locally, and your agents would like communicate with the daemon. They would prefix all of their expensive operations with our, like, we're currently calling it ISO bench, whatever. It would be ISO bench run and whatever command they want to benchmark, right? Or whatever thing. So the idea would be we could have that daemon listen for like noisiness on the system, and your agents would theoretically like wait for the daemon to run their benchmark, but they would wait for the system to like quiet down first, maybe with like a timeout of some kind. And then from there, you would have way more faith in like your local agentic development flows and the benchmarking that they need to do for various reasons. From there, the next goal is, well, okay, we'd have that as like an open source tool, but what about like a software as a service we could build, right? So we could be responsible for like the remote VMs that get spun up. We could be responsible for, the dashboard that has like the reporting over time, the CI/CD like integrations, all that stuff. And then I think that's like a legitimate product that, larger organizations would rather, farm out to their devs, especially for like performance critical things. Right? Even like fully like non-human in the loop workflows could benefit from agents running benchmarks in non-noisy environments, right? Non-noisy hypervisors anywhere, right? And getting a report back to decide like whether to continue on the path they're going or whether they introduced a regression. So that's the basic idea. And we're going through kind of like we got the open source part already thought of. And let me get more music going real quick. Right, like we've got the open source part kind of like planned out and reasoned with the clanker, but I wanted to have it go through and evaluate some of these like future plans of like how we want to do the hosting of the SaaS, what we want to do for enterprise versus non-enterprise, whatever, right? Right now, this is still very much like the planning phase. When it comes to implementation, that's going to be way trickier. Right? Because what I'm going to want to do is create like a local copy at a certain state of just having the plan. And then in like another directory or like a fork or something, I want to try and like turn long horizon multi-agent orchestration stuff loose on this, right? And what tools are there available for that? Because I don't know. Right? If you establish like a good enough plan, could you farm out all this work? So yeah, the part we're thinking about right now is just for enterprise. And what's up, Fact Warrior? No. We're talking like code benchmarks. So this is not like LLM eval benchmarks. This is pure like code benchmarks. When your clanker is clanking on something that needs absolute performance, how do you make sure you're not introducing regressions? Right? So then when you're running those benchmarks, where do you run them to make sure that you don't have like a noisy neighbor problem? Well, you can't do that in GitHub Actions. That sucks. It's really bad. You know, just as one example. Even with like some like Docker-based solutions, you don't get CPU isolation. You don't get guaranteed CPU pinning, right? So you're not even getting like a proper apples to apples comparison of each run. That is our main goal. How do we make sure we're getting an apples to apples comparison of the available resources for one test, right? A, and then the other for B. They should be as close to each other as possible. Otherwise, your benchmarks between them and the drift has less value. Yeah, exactly. So that's the whole idea. How do we, like, the main part of the open source part of this thing is really just like maybe spinning up Firecracker VMs on Linux or something. Probably not possible on Windows. I don't know for sure. But at the bare minimum, we could measure various things using, you know, Valgrind and some other types of things, right? Like how many instructions executed versus wall time, like those types of metrics. And then how do we just give a good enough result and measurement of those things that we just pass that back as the return value of the command that was run, and the agent can decide on that stuff. And I personally think, like, dude, even people running benchmarks would be better off. Like, yeah, sure, you're running benchmarks, but then you got bored and you went and fired up Chrome and you introduced a bunch of like noisy neighbor overhead from like, you know, other processes that filled up RAM. And now the thing you were benchmarking is slower because technically you were using up the resources it was needing. So then how do we report that as things go? Oh, well, you just messed up the benchmark. Let's rerun it. And hey, leave the machine alone or something, right? But possibly even getting the daemon to run on some other server you control that isn't noisy. I don't know. I don't have all of this figured out yet, but that's the thing we're kind of trying to build here. Much more complicated the moment you step out of local. Exactly. Right? So, I mean, even local, it's pretty complicated. But at the end, like, you know, even if you're going to be running these things on a machine you control that isn't local, but it's still in your network, and you know it's not a noisy server, you still need something to coordinate the communication and sending of that to something else, right? So theoretically, that would be like a Docker container that needs to build on that system deterministically, or a Docker image that's already built. I don't know. Like, we're still thinking this out, but I think it's a worthwhile product to build. And if we can get the open source part working at least somewhat well, I think the software as a service like version of it ends up having value, and I would totally apply to Y Combinator with it. But right now, the part we're actually like responding to is, well, what about enterprise? Like, where would that data need to live, etc. Right? So where's the control plane live? Right. So metadata, right? Repo names, commit SHAs, benchmark names, whatever, right? Even the performance numbers themselves, right? For a high frequency trading shop, which could be a target customer for something like this, right? Latency numbers are actually part of their like intellectual property. Some networks are just simply air gapped and can't dial out. Full stop. Right? Data residency rules may forbid it. Sure. Nicola, you wrote a benchmark recently. You don't want to write it again? What do you mean by that? And what kind of benchmark? Are you talking LLM benchmark or are you talking code benchmark? Because the difference between those things is definite, right? But they're both like valid things to think about at this point. All right, so the classic resolution is one code base, two deployment modes, right? GitLab, Mattermost style. Yeah. So, yeah, the Enterprise C2. Right? When some company needs an air gap solution, they're going to pay for the support tier. Right? So, yeah, for like the Enterprise C2 level, the billing model is just expensive support contract. And what's up, Ethan? How you doing? All right, so our ledger keeps growing here, but I'm okay with that. Ordered some Greek pizza. Ooh, what makes a pizza Greek? Pesto? Feta? Onion and goat cheese? Just a different cooking style? Okay. Thicker? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So you're going to your lake cottage this week until Monday, so that should be fun. Nice. All right. Let's double check on the SDK stuff. Yeah, it keeps needing us to do a bunch of junk there. All right, so yeah, continuing that, and then back to this part. Yes. Yep, the tool that makes your old PC useful. Ooh, I love that. Right? Solves the Mac OS problem. Dev on Mac, benchmark on the Linux box. The cross-platform story gets a practical answer. CLI runs anywhere. Measurement happens where quiet lives. All right, all right. Yeah, home lab box, a cloud VM, and local. Sure. Raspberry Pi as a benchmark box. Thermal throttling would be brutal, sure. Right? Okay. Yeah, wake on LAN thing, sure. We need more music though. So let's do that. And yeah, anyone got some fun plans for the week? And anyone have thoughts about like what we're talking about with this thing? Like the goal of what I'm building is like, dude, is this a service you would use? Is this like an open source thing you would use? Would you spin this up on your own local networks? All right, would you use it just purely from the CLI on your local machine, just, allowing yourself to wait for a non-noisy environment? I think the biggest thing ends up being like what are the steps a person has to do to set this up? How easy could we make it? Right? So two earlier decisions pay off years ahead of schedule. I do like the way it's talking to us. That's kind of fine. I like it. Yep. Yeah, so I don't think git refs is a good idea. Build image locally, box pulls, heavyweight for a home loop, or tree sync. Bring your own quiet. Oh yeah, like yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to start thinking about a better name for this thing too. All right, so yeah. All right, so threads that this opens up. And the fact that we've only chewed up 7% of our context thinking about this, I kind of like that. Like, I feel like it's unlikely we're going to get crazy hallucinations at this. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like enforcing Docker is the right way to go, right? Like OCI image as the contract. It might be a little slower. But then we don't have to worry about tool chains on the other machine, right? Right? Canal Cheese, are you out there still? I guess I have a question for you, right? Because you were talking about some interesting like benchmark scenarios you were running, right? Oh, I don't know if I see Canal Cheese here anymore. Damn. Yeah, we're gonna have to really chat with them about that. All right, so for one, All right, and then for 3, I'm not so sure about 3. Is target per invocation or sticky? Okay, so the pattern they keep noticing, every new thing keeps landing on the 5 same concepts. Queue, conditions, attestation, manifest, transport independent protocol without needing new ones. That's usually the signature of an architecture that's found its shape. Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that. So yeah, I'm glad we like thought this out. I'm glad some of our instincts were pretty good at first. Oh shit. What did I do? I don't even know what I did there. Whatever. Shut up, watch. But yeah. So I like this. The fact that we didn't have to go back and like refactor and change a bunch of stuff is kind of nice. All right, so then this ends up having more questions that it wants to ask us. Right, and I think a big part of this is like, because we're doing the open source route, I don't know if it matters for someone to try and like clone it themselves. Whatever, right? Like, who cares? Yeah, copy it. Like, you could have just forked it. As long as you're not launching a service that provides this, I don't care. So we lose like the concern of someone just like cloning our SaaS. We'd still have to watch out for people that might do the shady thing of like, soft forking by just prompting an LLM to like, copy it but don't make it obvious. But that's where, theoretically being a little litigious around that and then figuring stuff out in discovery would help. Probably be able to subpoena results from some cloud provider. Where do baselines live when boxes are ephemeral? Yes, we should. Yep. All right, so then flagship provider. Right, and instead of picking like DigitalOcean versus Hetzner, nah. We're gonna have a plugin system. So yeah, now we got to think through decision 3 here. But I got to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. We should probably get up and do a little more stretching. All right, so yeah, while this is going, let's just do a quick stretching session. I need like a separate camera for the stretching bits. I've got one, I just don't have it set up. I even have like the lens for it and everything. But let's at least get up, stretch a little bit. All right, let's bounce a little. Not full on squats, but you know, getting the knees and quads and bullshit going. All right. I got to do some shoulder stuff here. Just little circles forward. And then we'll do some little circles backwards. All right, now backwards. Okay. Let's do this. So yeah, right? Typically you want to like stretch your forearms, prevent carpal tunnel. You don't want to go too far back, but you like this is basically like a good yoga stretch thing for your arms when you're doing like the weird fancy stuff. You should feel it right there in your forearms. You don't want to feel any pain at the wrist. All right, same thing, other arm. All right, there we go. Yeah, y'all don't have to stretch when I stretch, but I need to be stretching more. We used to do it every 2 hours. Ain't nobody got time for that. All right, so let's double check some of this. 1 and 2 are quick. 3 deserves real thought because a plug-in system is a promise you make to people you haven't met. The contract has to be right the first time. So yeah, 1 and 2, yep. So design it as an address factory, not a cloud API. So what do we actually need from a provider? So ISObench target provider is a binary on path written in any language. It then returns an SSH reachable Linux box. Then the core takes over. Right? Bootstraps, ISObench, sure. Runs doctor, registers the target, streams the job. And what's up, Alex? How you doing, Mr. Sir? You looking forward to CYC? It's coming up quick. It's coming up real quick. Hell yeah. Got your PTO for that week set? Hell yeah. Oh, I need to do the PTO thing for next week. All right. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. All right, so daemon install is the core's job, not the plugins, sure. Yeah, so provision a box. Yep, yep. Right, so by being an external process, right? Kubectl, whatever. No ABI pane, right? Crash isolation, credential isolation, I think is huge. Yeah, we never touch your cloud credentials. Yep. Wasm sandbox, probably not necessary. gRPC, yeah, but why? Right, and then yeah, our own eventual fleet is a consumer of this SPI. Yeah. Yep. 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 All right, so then yeah, we'll dig into those things. But let me catch up. Let me catch up on the chat. Boss calls need a new Azure deployment while on PTO. Oof. Yeah, that would suck. That would not be ideal. A conformance harness. Yes. I love that. Yep. All right, so yeah, open spec propose and then decompose into slices. Yeah, all right. So I like this. I think this is an incredibly valid approach. Once this is built, we're going to commit all of it. And have it live as like a separate long-term branch, and then we just switch over to main. Yeah, all right, cool. So let's double check some of this other stuff we're doing. And oh, buddy, this one did a bunch of stuff. Let's double check our SDKs here. It's probably asking to run some more junk. Yep, so C# SDK ticking along over there. All right. Let's double check and look through these actually. Oh, I like that. Yep. Hold on. Let me check one thing over here in Signal. Oh, very cool. I think he's messing up with the .app domain, but that's, you know, that's not my choice. But yeah, so this is something that a friend is making. Let me get more music going first. Route AI to local compute first, so sensitive data stays on device, and cloud spend stays low. Same API as SDKs, different URL. Oh, yeah, yeah. Tried to do a /s. Yeah. Crash cart setup related? Yeah, 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 yeah. And yeah, couldn't do it as well as you. Oh, but Alex, you can do a /s at the end of your stuff. You just got to remember to do that in the comment that you're making. Yeah, I think this is interesting. All right, anyone who's at like a larger enterprise, your company could make use of your dev machines as if they were some other company's cloud. That could be really interesting. Yeah, I'm really curious about that. I'm curious what he would charge. But okay, let's continue. Oh, this one's still ticking. Yep. Yeah. So, dude, that planning phase is going to go for a bit. How close do we think we are to using up my open code go? All right, so we jumped from 11% of our weekly usage to 22% of our weekly usage. We're at half of our rolling usage, which resets in like about 2 hours. And yeah, open code go. It's looking like it's feeling like we're probably going to use up our monthly usage within like 4 more days. Hell, maybe even just 2 or 3. Whatever. At least, for $10, we got a chance to really put Kimmy K3 through its paces. All right, and then yeah, here we get a lot of changes to look through and verify here. And looks like yes, a bunch of this is probably just formatting. Oh, some of the security stuff. But yeah, formatting looks like a big part of this. And that's in the audit file. Then this is audit event. Hold on, we're skipping this song. Quiet down, lady. Yep, formatting. Oh no, it added the touch grant. Okay, that one seems fine. So yeah, record operation versus just record. Sure. I'm a little curious. Oh, I see, I see. Right, like record operation probably implies the event type of MCP.operation completed. Yeah, so a lot of just like record operation changes. This is where the registry, yep, that formatting kicked in. They added a new line. Validation stuff. So MCP service off. Where is that even being made? Did I miss that part? I think we made that in the previous step. All right, so yeah, we updated that based upon our current version. That stuff's all okay enough. Wait, where is excluded operations coming from? Oh, registry. Yep. Yeah, the SO7 thing, unnecessary. I didn't realize they had this dir helper. That's fun. All right, and then a bunch of new files. All right, so it added a bunch of like hotel style telemetry stuff. I don't think we explicitly asked for that though. Huh. Yeah, I rarely do constraints like that. But okay. And then, yeah, a bunch of tests. All right. All right, so then we continue, and this last step should be pretty damn quick. Like, this last step is just like the final slice of this whole damn thing. Dude, yeah, we gave Kimmy one a hell of a job. Still only at 10% of the context window, though, which is good. Yeah, so this one we might need to babysit a bit more. Just the .NET SDK stuff is requiring a lot of just like things to do in these like temp folders. And I wonder how well it cleans up after itself there. Oh, and our OpenAI weekly is getting down there. Because we do have two things concurrently going. So we may need to do a reset, which we should have at least one of right now. And we've got extra like credits remaining if we go over. Oh, and James is out this week. Huh. Hold on, let me just do this. And what up, Fallen? How you doing, Mr. Sir? All right, so now I need to register for this event. Okay, not that one. All right, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go do a quick demo about Kepler at this event in Seattle on Wednesday, since James is out of town. Sweet. Ooh, I'm gonna need more water here in a minute. But yeah, what you up to, Fallen? Anything interesting? Anything fun? Oh, and Brainless, are you out there? He may be lurking. But I just on Xbox Game Pass, there's a game that he was mentioning that's like a pirate kind of like Mind Over Magic or like RimWorld kind of thing, where like you're setting up this ecosystem of like automations and people and stuff. Yeah, I forget the name of it, but it's on Xbox Game Pass for free. So if you're still paying for Game Pass because you forgot to cancel, like this guy, might be worth it. All right, so yeah, this is the one we got to keep babysitting a bit. That one. And yeah, we hit our open code limit. Damn. Damn. Okay. So Kimmy eats the tokens. So far, we're only at $2.36. Yeah, we'll just let that one chill. August 8th for this one. I think we got room within SDKs here. How's this one doing? Probably worth it. Yeah, this might actually be a decent point to hand off. Let's double check this part. Do I use Firebase for my backends? Hell no. I think Firebase is a terrible idea. And Supabase by proxy. But, no offense if other people want to use it. It's like Next.js. I hate Next.js. I understand if other people want to use it. They can be wrong. Who said it's the best thing out of the box? Firebase? Well, of course they would. No, the main reason I dislike Firebase is the permissions model. There's like a heavy amount of like vendor lock-in with the permissions model. And it is extremely easy to do permissions wrong, which exposes your entire database to anyone with, console dot or like Chrome DevTools access. So, fun story time while we're letting this, kick over. I worked at a company called Fresh Consulting. We would build internal apps for various things. One of the apps they built was called Tomato. And yes, it was called Fresh Consulting. I started the convention of naming internal projects code names of fruits and vegetables. So yes, someone created a thing called Tomato. And Tomato was this thing to kind of encourage and teach us to lock down our systems when we get up to use the restroom, as an example, right? So the idea would be most people at the company, like we all use, like Google workspaces or whatever, right? Gmail and all that. So in general, someone could navigate to Tomato on your machine if you left it unlocked and basically like press a button to like say who hacked them, so that you would get points for it. And boom, they would like lose points for it. So it's just like there was a leaderboard of who had the most points of like hacking others, right? Hacking, just simple like button press and, attribute who did it thing. There was a leaderboard and everything for it. And this project was built on Firebase. I was really good about locking down my machine, and I missed it like once. Like months later, or a month or two later. And the person that got me was kind of like smarmy about it. So I did what any jerk would do. And I went and checked out DevTools and the source that shipped with it. And I noticed that I could just jump in to the code, right? Like you can basically just modify the source code that lives there and have it pause and console log maybe the entire Firebase like instance that you needed. Once you have that and it's in your terminal as this thing that got logged out, right? So you got a reference to it. You can just call the functions on that thing. So yes, I modified the database to have the person that hacked me have negative 1 million points. Because the permissions weren't locked down properly. And it's such an easy mistake to make. Yeah, exactly. But I do feel a little guilty because I think nobody ended up using that project anymore. Like I basically just killed it in one fell swoop. Nobody hacks me. Right? Like I'm gonna hack the hack. Well, I mean, that's literally it. So row level security as at like the Postgres level, sure, that's basically what you end up doing in Firebase, but it's like more proprietary at that point. I don't know if it's changed in the 8 years since then. But maybe even 9 years since then. I don't remember. No, it must have been 8. Because it was before one coworker left for Mixer. So it had to have been, like, it might have been 2017, 2018, somewhere in there. But, yeah, just one of those things. But then, hold on, let me double check. You prefer your custom backends, though. At the time, it was much more complicated stuff. Yeah, exactly. So I get that, Arch Armor. That's where, like, Firebase really nailed it. Because it was dead simple to wire up this like sync, like, live updating kind of application. It was dead simple to do that. Okay, gotcha. Technically, you could have used Meteor and had better permissions and it would have been fully open source. But the deployment story is more difficult with Meteor, right? You got to get Mongo set up. You got to do all that BS. So, like, yeah, if you're trying to do something like super simple and quick just to prove an idea, Firebase is great, especially for internal applications. Anything exposed to the internet, though, it is way too easy to leak your entire database. Right? To expose permissions issues where one rogue actor can modify anyone's data. So, I don't know. Just for that reason, yes, I know it's possible to do with any system, but at least if you're building up your REST API yourself, you understand how to do auth better, at least. You have more power and control over that. And if you want to migrate and move your permissions, well, yeah, that's still just logic. It's not something that you got to worry about tying to a specific database implementation. So I still don't even like RLS, because then that keeps you locked to Postgres, right? Maybe does MySQL have RLS? I don't think SQLite does, though. And who knows about other database systems? What if you want to switch to Dynamo? What if you want to, like, there's just so many things where, like, your permission system should not be tied to a database implementation. That's just bad design, in my opinion. So here's something interesting. The 5-hour session on OpenCode Go is essentially $2, because we were at like 30 cents before we started today. And we've only been live around 5 hours anyway, right? If we consider OpenCode Go's weekly usage, and we're already halfway through that, we can extrapolate that they're giving us basically $4 worth of Kimi. Let's call it $5 worth of Kimi per week, which means if you're maxing out your weekly, you might theoretically hit your $20, hit $20 worth of usage over the course of a month, right? But their monthly usage, I believe, caps you at that way quicker. Like, dude, yeah, like the $10 plan you're getting from Kimi, or not Kimi, from OpenCode Go, gives you $10 worth of access. That's about it, right? So you're not getting any special subsidized deal from OpenCode Go, in my opinion. Right? At our monthly usage, we've used basically $2.50 worth, and we're at 24%. So yeah, they're giving you $10 worth of usage. There's no subsidizing going on there. For your first month, it's $5, and they're like, yeah, you're going to use us long enough that we're good. But I find that really interesting, compared to something like Codex or Claude, where your usage is massively larger than the $20 you're probably paying per month. Or the 200 even, right? Like, you get thousands and thousands of dollars worth of usage out of Codex and Claude on their $200 a month plan. So I find that interesting, and that's probably why OpenCode is so profitable, right? If they were doing subsidizing, they'd be fucked. But here you go. If you are going to use it, I could get $5 of credits. I don't care if you do or don't. Doesn't bother me. But yeah, at least for the first month, you'd get $5 free of usage. That's pretty cool. Damn, we are burning through some usage right now on Codex. How's this one doing? This one's still ticking along too. Tickety boo. But we are at 7 p.m. We could let this just kind of run. I think we're still within sandboxes here, so we don't have to worry too much about this hanging at some other command that we need to run or whatever. So yeah, I feel like this is a good stopping point for today because I do have work to do on the work machine. So yeah, who do we go raid? We see Samir doing some Rust Robotics Simulator stuff. Is there anyone new we should be raiding? We're looking for programming specifically. There's Midnight Simon, Boolean. Yeah, a bunch of game dev. Let's go raid Hypnotic. Yeah, he's chill. He's doing some game style stuff. He's got some really fun interactions. But yeah, Hollow Frame, game dev, physics, interaction setup. So yeah, let's go see what's up. Looks like he might have some guests. I don't know what the Gameon or Dev House thing is. So yeah, we're gonna go raid Hypnotic Games. And oh my god, look at that command. Aha, so there was something we needed to rerun. All right, so yes, the SDK stuff we made some good progress on for the C# SDK. We made sure that our preparation process and publishing process for the SDK for NPM worked, which was good. We've got this, and oh, this one hit a good stopping point. And so this stupid thing. Yeah, it went and did the verification JSON, but it also committed a docs file that I don't think we wanted. Or it got rid of it? Oh, MCP OAuth operator procedures? Oh, yeah. So it committed that. All right, so then working changes. That's the thing that we hand off. Okay. We'll have to see about that. So we're going to go right into Hypnotic Games. It's ticking down. Oh, it's going way quicker. So I will see y'all over on Gaming, Griffing, and Chill, or here on stream tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Later.